Hello there, my spooky nights. Tonight, we have a collection of the coziest, spookiest tales. I can assure you, said I, that it will take a very tangible ghost to frighten me. And I stood up before the fire, with my glass in my hand. It is your own choosing, said the man with the withered arm, and glanced at me. 28 years, said I have lived, and never a ghost have I seen as yet. The old woman sat staring hard into the fire, her pale eyes wide open. Aye, she broke in, and 28 years you have lived, and never seen the likes of this house, I reckon. There's a many things to see when one's still but 28. She swayed her head slowly from side to side. A many things to see and sorrow for. I half suspected the old people were trying to enhance the spiritual terrors of their house by their droning insistence. I put down my empty glass on the table and looked about the room and caught a glimpse of myself, abbreviated and broadened to an impossible sturdiness, in the queer old mirror at the end of the room. Well, I said, if I see anything tonight, I shall be so much the wiser, for I come to the business with an open mind. It's your own choosing, said the man with the withered arm once more. I heard the faint sound of a stick and a shambling step on the flags in the passage outside. The door creaked on its hinges as a second old man entered. More bent, more wrinkled, more aged even than the first. He supported himself by the help of a crutch. His eyes were covered by a shade, and his lower lip, half averted, hung pale and pink from his decaying yellow teeth. He made straight for an armchair on the opposite side of the table, sat down clumsily, and began to cough. The man with the withered hand gave the newcomer a short glance of positive dislike. The old woman took no notice of his arrival, but remained with her eyes fixed steadily on the fire. I said, "It's your own choosing," said the man with the withered hand, and the coughing had ceased for a while. "Yes, it's my own choosing," I answered. The man with the shade became aware of my presence for the first time and threw back his head for a moment and sideways to see me. I caught a momentary glimpse of his eyes, small and bright and inflamed. Then he began to cough and splutter again. "Why don't you drink?" said the man with the withered arm, pushing the beer toward him. The man with the shade poured out a glassful with a shaking hand that splashed half as much again on the deal table. A monstrous shadow of him crouched upon the wall and mocked his action as he poured and drank. I must confess, I had scarcely expected these grotesque custodians. There is, to my mind, something inhuman in senility, something crouching. The human qualities seem to drop from old people insensibly day by day. The three of them made me feel uncomfortable with their gaunt silences, their bent carriage, their evident unfriendliness to me and to one another. And that night, perhaps I was in the mood for uncomfortable impressions. I resolved to get away from their vague foreshadowings of the evil things upstairs. "If," said I, "you will show me to this haunted room of yours, I will make myself comfortable there." The old man with the cough jerked his head back so suddenly that it startled me, and shot another glance of his red eyes at me from out of the darkness under the shade. But no one answered me. I waited a minute, glancing from one to the other. The old woman stared like a dead body, glaring into the fire with lackluster eyes. "If," I said, a little louder, "if you will show me to this haunted room of yours, I will relieve you from the task of entertaining me." "There's a candle on the slab outside the door," said the man with the withered hand, looking at my feet as he addressed me. "But if you go to the Red Room tonight, this night of all nights," said the old woman softly, then you go alone. Very well, I answered shortly. And which way do I go? Go along the passage for a bit, said he, nodding his head on his shoulder at the door, until you come to a spiral staircase. And on the second landing is a door covered with green baize. Go through that, down the long corridor to the end. And the red room is on your left, up the steps. Have I got that right? I said, and repeated his directions. He corrected me in one particular. Are you really going? Said the man with the shade, looking at me again for the third time with that queer, unnatural tilting of the face. This night of all nights, whispered the old woman. It is what I came for, I said, and moved toward the door. As I did so, the old man with the shade rose and staggered round the table, so as to be closer to the others and to the fire. At the door, I turned and looked at them, and saw they were all close together, dark against the firelight, staring at me over their shoulders, with an intent expression on their ancient faces. Good night, I said, setting the door open. It's your own choosing, said the man with the withered arm. I left the door wide open until the candle was well alight, and then I shut them in and walked down the chilly, echoing passage. I must confess that the oddness of these three old pensioners, in whose charge her ladyship had left the castle, and the deep-toned, old-fashioned furniture of the housekeeper's room in which they foregathered, had affected me curiously, in spite of my effort to keep myself at a matter-of-fact phase. They seemed to belong to another age, an older age, an age when things spiritual were indeed to be feared, when common sense was uncommon, an age when omens and witches were credible, and ghosts beyond denying. Their very existence thought I, is spectral. The cut of their clothing, fashions born in dead brains, the ornaments and conveniences in the room about them, even are ghostly. The thoughts of vanished men, which still haunt rather than participate in the world of today. And the passage I was in, long, shadowy, with a film of moisture glistening on the wall, was as gaunt and cold as a thing that is dead and rigid. But, with an effort, I sent such thoughts to the right about. The long, drafty subterranean passage was chilly and dusty, and my candle flared and made the shadows cower and quiver. The echoes rang up and down the spiral staircase, and a shadow came sweeping up after me, and another fled before me into the darkness overhead. I came to the wide landing and stopped there for a moment, listening to a rustling that I fancied I heard creeping behind me, and then, satisfied of the absolute silence, pushed open the unwilling maze door and stood in the silent corridor. The effect was scarcely what I expected, for the moonlight, coming in by the great window and the grand staircase, picked out everything in vivid black shadow, or reticulated silvery illumination. Everything seemed in its proper position. The house might have been deserted on the yesterday instead of 12 months ago. There were candles in the sockets of the sconces, and whatever dust had gathered on the carpets or upon the polished flooring was distributed so evenly as to be invisible in my candlelight. A waiting stillness was over everything. I was about to advance and stopped abruptly. A bronze group stood upon the landing, hidden from me by a corner of the wall. But its shadow fell with marvelous distinctiveness upon the white paneling, and gave me the impression of someone crouching to waylay me. The thing jumped upon my attention suddenly. I stood rigid for half a moment, perhaps. Then, with my hand in the pocket that held the revolver, I advanced. only to discover a Ganymede and eagle glistening in the moonlight. That incident for a time restored my nerve, and a dim porcelain Chinaman on a buhl table, whose head rocked as I passed, scarcely startled me. The door of the Red Room and the steps up to it were in a shadowy corner. I moved my candle from side to side in order to see clearly the nature of the recess in which I stood before opening the door. Here it was, thought I, that my predecessor was found, and the memory of that story gave me a sudden twinge of apprehension. I glanced over my shoulder at the black Ganymede in the moonlight, and opened the door of the Red Room rather hastily, with my face half turned to the pallid silence of the corridor. I entered, closed the door behind me at once, turned the key I found in the lock within, and stood with the candle held aloft, surveying the scene of my vigil, the great Red Room of Lorraine Castle, in which the young Duke had died, or rather in which he had begun his dying, for he had opened the door and fallen headlong down the steps I had just ascended. That had been the end of his vigil, of his gallant attempt to conquer the ghostly tradition of this place, and never, I thought, had a Boxley better served the ends of superstition. There were other and older stories that clung to the room, back to the half-incredible beginning of it all. The tale of a timid wife, and the tragic end that came to her husband's jest of frightening her. And looking round that huge shadowy room with its black window bays, its recesses and alcoves, its dusty brown red hangings, and dark, gigantic furniture. One could well understand the legends that had sprouted in its black corners, its germinating darkness. My candle was a little tongue of light in the vastness of the chamber. Its rays failed to pierce to the opposite end of the room, and left an ocean of dull red mystery and suggestion, sentinel shadows and watching darkness beyond its island of light. And the stillness of desolation brooded over it all. I must confess, some impalpable quality of that ancient room disturbed me. I tried to fight the feeling down. I resolved to make a systematic examination of the place, and so, by leaving nothing to the imagination, dispel the fanciful suggestions of the obscurity before they obtained a hold upon me. After satisfying myself of the fastening of the door, I began to walk around the room, peering round each article of furniture, tucking up the valances of the bed and opening its curtains wide. In one place there was a distinct echo to my footsteps. The noises I made seemed so little that they enhanced rather than broke the silence of the place. I pulled up the blinds and examined the fastenings of the several windows. Attracted by the fall of a particle of dust, I leaned forward and looked up the blackness of the wide chimney. Then, trying to preserve my scientific attitude of mind, I walked around and began tapping the oak paneling for any secret opening. But I desisted before reaching the alcove. I saw my face in a mirror. White. There were two big mirrors in the room, each with a pair of sconces bearing candles. And on the mantel shelf, too, there were candles in china candlesticks. All these I lit one after the other. The fire was laid. An unexpected consideration from the old housekeeper, and I lit it to keep down any disposition to shiver. And when it was burning well, I pulled up a chintz-covered armchair and a table to form a kind of barricade before me. On this I lay my revolver, ready to hand. My precise examination had done me a little good, But I still found the remoter darkness of the place and its perfect stillness too stimulating for the imagination. The echoing of the stir, crackling of the fire was no sort of comfort to me. The shadow in the alcove at the end of the room began to display that undefinable quality of a presence. That odd suggestion of a lurking living thing that comes so easily in silence and solitude. And to reassure myself, I walked with a candle into it and satisfied myself that there was nothing tangible there, nothing. I stood that candle upon the floor of the alcove and left it in that position. By this time, I was in a state of considerable nervous tension, although to my reason there was no adequate cause for my condition. My mind, however, was perfectly clear. I postulated quite unreservedly that nothing supernatural could happen, and to pass the time, I began stringing some rhymes together in Goldsplay fashion concerning the original legend of the place. A few I spoke aloud, but the echoes were not pleasant. For the same reason, I also abandoned, after a time, a conversation with myself upon the impossibility of ghosts and haunting. My mind reverted to the three old and distorted people downstairs, and I tried to keep it upon that topic. The somber reds and greys of the room, they troubled me. Even with its 7 candles, the place was merely dim. The light in the alcove flaring in a draught, and the fire flickering, kept the shadows, penumbra perpetually shifting and stirring in a noiseless, flighty dance. Casting about for a remedy, I recalled the wax candles I had seen in the corridor, and with a slight effort, carrying a candle and leaving the door open, I walked out presently returned with as many as 10. These I put in the various knickknacks of china, with which the room was sparsely adorned, and lit and placed them where the shadows had lain deepest, some on the floor, some in the window recesses, arranging and rearranging them until at last my 17 candles were so placed that not an inch of the room but had the direct light of at least one of them. It occurred to me that when the ghost came, I could warn him not to trip over them. The room was now quite brightly illuminated. There was something very cheering and reassuring in these little silent, streaming flames, and to notice their steady diminution of length offered me an occupation, gave me a reassuring sense of the passage of time. Even with that, however, the brooding expectation of the vigil weighed heavily upon me. I stood watching the minute hand of my watch creep towards midnight. Then something happened in the alcove. I did not see the candle go out. I simply turned and saw that the darkness was there. As one might start and see the unexpected presence of a stranger. The black shadow had sprung back to its place. "By Jove," said I aloud, recovering from my surprise. "That draft's a strong one." And taking the matchbox from the table, I walked across the room in a leisurely manner to relight the corner again. My first match would not strike, and as I succeeded with the second, something seemed to blink on the wall before me. I turned my head involuntarily and saw that the 2 candles on the little table by the fireplace were extinguished. I rose at once to my feet. "Odd," I said. "Did I do that myself in a flash of absent-mindedness?" I walked back, relit one. As I did so, I saw the candle in the right sconce of one of the mirrors wink and go right out. And almost immediately its companion followed it. the flames vanished, as if the wick had been suddenly nipped between a finger and thumb, leaving the wick neither glowing nor smoking, but black. While I stood gaping, the candle at the foot of the bed went out, and the shadow seemed to take another step toward me. This won't do, said I. First one, then another candle on the mantel shelf followed. "What's up?" I cried, with a queer high note getting into my voice somehow. At that, the candle on the corner of the wardrobe went out, and the one I had relit in the alcove followed. "Steady on," I said. "Those candles are wanted." Speaking with a half-hysterical facetiousness, scratching away at the match for a while, for the mantel candlesticks. My hands trembled so much that twice I missed the rough paper of the matchbox. As the mantel emerged from darkness again, 2 candles in the remoter end of the room were eclipsed. But with the same match, I also relit the larger mirror candles, and those on the floor near the doorway, so that for the moment I seemed to gain on the extinctions. But then, in a noiseless volley, there vanished 4 lights at once in different corners of the room, and I struck another match in quivering haste, and stood hesitating whether to take it. As I stood undecided, an invisible hand seemed to sweep out the 2 candles on the table. With a cry of terror, I dashed at the alcove, then into the corner, and then into the window, relighting 3 as 2 more vanished by the fireplace, and then, perceiving a better way, I dropped matches on the iron-bound deed box in the corner and caught up the bedroom candlestick. With this, I avoided the delay of striking matches. But for all that the steady process of extinction went on, the shadows I feared and fought against returned, and crept in upon me. First a step gained on this side of me, then on that. I was now almost frantic with the horror of the coming darkness, and my self-possession deserted me. panting from candle to candle, in a vain struggle against that remorseless advance. I bruised myself in the thigh against the table. I sent a chair headlong. I stumbled and fell and whisked the cloth from the table in my fall. My candle rolled away from me, and I snatched another as I rose. Abruptly, this was blown out as I swung it off the table by the wind of my sudden movement. And immediately 2 remaining candles followed. But there was light still in the room. A red light that streamed across the ceiling, staved off the shadows for me. The fire. Of course, I could still thrust my candle between the bars and relight it. I turned to where the flames were still dancing between the glowing coals, and splashing red reflections upon the furniture. Made 2 steps toward the grate, and conscientiously the flames dwindled and vanished. The glow vanished. The reflections rushed together and disappeared. And as I thrust the candle between the bars, darkness closed upon me like the shutting of an eye. Wrapped about me in a stifling embrace, sealed my vision, and crushed the last vestiges of self-possession from my brain. And it was not only palpable darkness, but intolerable terror. The candle fell from my hands. I flung out my arms in a vain effort to thrust that ponderous blackness away from me, and lifting up my voice, screamed with all my might. Once, twice, thrice. Then, I think I must have staggered to my feet. I know I thought suddenly of the moonlit corridor, and with my head bowed and my arms over my face, made a stumbling run for the door. But I had forgotten the exact position of the door, and I struck myself heavily against the corner of the bed. I staggered back, turned, and was either struck or struck myself against some other bulky furnishing. I have a vague memory of battering myself thus to and fro in the darkness, of a heavy blow at last upon my forehead, of a horrible sensation of falling that lasted an age, of my last frantic effort to keep my footing, and then I remember no more. I opened my eyes in daylight. My head was roughly bandaged, and the man with the withered hand was watching my face. I looked about me, trying to remember what had happened. And for a space I could not recollect. I rolled my eyes into the corner and saw the old woman, no longer abstracted, no longer terrible, pouring out some drops of medicine from a little blue vial into a glass. Where am I? I said. I seem to remember you, and yet I cannot remember who you are. They told me then, and I heard of the haunted Red Room as one who hears a tale. We found you at dawn, said he, and there was blood on your forehead and lips. I wondered that I had ever disliked him. The three of them, in the daylight, seemed commonplace old folk. The man with the green shade had his head bent, as one who sleeps. It was very slowly I recovered the memory of my experience. You believe now, said the old man with the withered hand, that the room is haunted? He spoke no longer as one who greets an intruder, but as one who condoles with a friend. Yes, said I. The room is haunted. And you have seen it. And we who have been here all of our lives have never set eyes upon it, because we have never dared. Tell us, is it truly the old Earl who... No, said I. It is not. I told you so, said the old lady with the glass in her hand. It is his poor young countess who was frightened. It is not, I said. There is neither ghost of Earl nor ghost of Countess in that room. There is no ghost there at all, but worse, far worse, something impalpable. Well, they said, the worst of all the things that haunt poor mortal men, said I, and that is in all its nakedness. Fear. Fear that will not have light nor sound, that will not bear with reason. That deafens and darkens and overwhelms. It followed me through the corridor. It fought against me in the room. I stopped abruptly. There was an interval of silence. My hand went up to my bandages. The candles went out, one after another, and I fled. Then the man with the shade lifted his face sideways to see me and spoke. "That is it," said he. I knew that it was a power of darkness. To put such a curse upon a home, it lurks there always. You can feel it, even in the daytime. Even on a bright summer's day, in the hangings, in the curtains, keeping behind you however you face about it, in the dusk, it creeps in the corridor and follows you, so that you dare not turn. It is even as you say. Fear itself is in that room. Black fear. And there it will be, so long as this house of sin endures. There was ample work for death to do on the bleached hillsides of old Spain. Plague, hunger, and the hot quarrels of marketplace and marriage bed took their bloody toll. The justice of kings and priests was unforgiving. Thieves and heretics had no second chances. They learned their lessons with grim finality, strangled by a twist of the garrote, or roasted alive by hooded executioners. In those days, said the storytellers, death walked the world in human shape, sometimes in the form of a woman. Those travelers who chanced to meet her on the road would stand aside and pray silently that she would pass them by. Yet, a tale was told of a time when she did not pass, but paused to strike a bargain. The other party to the transaction was a poor rustic, slightly tipsy from a night of celebration. His wife had just presented him with a son, flown with wine and fatherhood. He wandered through the mountains near his home, pondering how to give the boy a good start in life. The only way a person of low degree could rise in the world was through the help of a powerful patron. The man resolved to find a godparent who, linked by spiritual ties as strong as those of blood, would provide support and protection. As the peasant negotiated a narrow mountain path, an enormous shrouded figure blocked his passage. He recognized the pale gleam of a grinning skull within the shadow of the hood. It was Death. With his heart in his throat, he asked if she had come to claim his life. She replied that his hour had not yet arrived, but that she wished to offer herself as godmother to his child. Something in her tone soothed his terrors. The peasant pondered. He realized the strange proposal had much to recommend it. Death was, indeed, the most powerful figure known to humankind. She was universally feared and respected. No one could escape the finality of her decisions. Looking her directly in the eye, he welcomed the suggestion and bade her come to the christening fixed for the following week. Death offered no felicitations, but stated flatly that the man would not regret his decision. She promised that her godson would achieve wealth and position. Then she vanished. With death's hollow tones ringing in her ears, the peasant hurried home to tell his news. Until the day of the christening, the neighbors spoke of nothing else, and, try as he might, the priest who was to carry out the baptism could find no way of avoiding his duties. Death's gaunt figure appeared in the church at the stroke of the appointed hour, and moved with stately tread through the stunned and silent congregation. When the child had been christened, Death handed the father a heavy pouch of gold and told him that she would return when the boy was 20. As the assembled villagers watched with fascinated dread, she stretched out her skeletal hand, lightly touched the baby's forehead, and glided away. The child grew up to be strong and healthy. Death's gift of gold ensured that the family never lacked for anything, but they looked forward with trepidation to her promised return. When the boy's 20th birthday came, his family marked it with a feast. Precisely at midday, a cold gust blew open the door, and Death stood before them. She wished her godson happiness and, as a godmother should, expressed pleasure at seeing him grown so strong and handsome. Then she led him into another room, her bony fingertips resting lightly but possessively on his sleeve. When they were alone, Death took from the recesses of her shroud an earthenware pot. It contained a plant unlike any he had seen before. It had leaves the color of a bruise and tiny white flowers that almost looked like skulls and gave off a faint but pervasive odor he could not identify. She explained that it was a herb of supernatural power. It would make him the most successful and respected physician in all of Spain. Whenever he visited a sick person, she said, he was to glance immediately at the ends of the bed. If he saw Death standing at the head of the patient, he should provide a sprig of the herb to be brewed up into an infusion. When the sick person drank this, he would recover. But if the doctor saw Death's figure standing at the foot, it meant the patient was doomed. He was on no account to use the magic herb to flout destiny. The godmother assured the youth that the plant would stay fresh and green forever, and that no eyes but his own would be able to discern her presence. Then she pressed his shoulder lightly, the cold points of her fingers, and slipped away. In time, everything Death promised came to pass. the youth first cured an ailing neighbor, and a priest, then a wealthy merchant, next a lawyer, and finally a duke. Stories of his success spread further and further afield until the whole of Spain knew his fame. No one could tell where he had studied or who his professors had been. He never quoted Hippocrates in the original Greek or Latin. He employed none other than herbal remedies that were in common use. But no one doubted his superiority, even to the best qualified and most senior greybeards. For when he dosed a sufferer, the patient always healed in 3 days. More sinister, but equally impressive, was the fact that if he declined to treat a patient, then without exception, the victim died soon after. To watch the famous young doctor turn sorrowfully away from a sickbed was to feel the chill breath of the grave. With such testimonials, the young man soon became the most sought-after doctor in the kingdom. His fees were as high as he chose to set them, and his peasant origins were left far behind, for he came to be accepted as a scholar, a gentleman, and an equal in all the great houses of Spain. The day came when the doctor was summoned to the bedside of the king himself. The monarch was failing. He had been a just and merciful ruler, and his loss would be sincerely mourned, but worse, since he had no son, his successor would be a cruel, corrupt nephew, whose rule was certain to bring nothing but evil. Arriving at the palace, the doctor was greeted by the king's daughter, who begged him to do everything possible to save her father's life. The young physician was not immune to the princess's beauty, nor to the trusting candor of her gaze. Devoutly hoping that he would find Godmother death in the place that meant life, he hastened into the royal apartments. On the ornate bed lay the body of the king, as still as an effigy on a tomb. Empty shadows shrouded the head of the bed. At the foot was the dark, veiled form of death. Unable to control his disappointment, the doctor spent several minutes pretending to examine the king. He opened his mouth to explain that it was not possible to save the king's life, but he found himself swallowing the words and promising instead that the patient would recover. He then administered the healing herb. Fear made him put off going home until late in the day. As dusk was gathering, he returned with dragging steps to a house that was as dank as the grave. He walked, footsteps echoing from one empty room to the next, until he reached his study. And there, in her shroud, stood Death, incandescent with anger. The physician pleaded that he had disobeyed her in spite of himself. His pity for the princess and his anxiety for the country's welfare had prevailed over his better judgment. After a pause, Death said that she would pardon him once, and once only. She knew that he had not acted out of selfish ambition. But if he disobeyed her again, she would show no mercy. The doctor kept his own counsel about the events of that night, and if he thought of Death's warning, he gave no sign. The next 2 years were happy ones. He was appointed personal physician to the king and became one of his most trusted advisors. His wealth and power outstripped all the court grandees, but his greatest joy was his love for the princess. The king made it plain that, in spite of the doctor's humble birth, the couple would be permitted to marry. Then, without warning, a shadow fell across their happiness. The princess became ill that very night. The next day, when her fiancé came, as was his custom, to pay his respects, he was told of her condition. A maidservant said that she had taken to her bed shortly after supper, complaining of chills and fever. But she had refused to permit her attendants to summon the doctor from his home. She insisted that her beloved be allowed to rest from his daily labors undisturbed, and she would not countenance her own petty complaints being the cause of any inconvenience to him. As the night drew on, however, the princess's condition had rapidly grown worse. The physician pushed past the maidservant and entered the bedchamber. He lifted his eyes with dread in his heart to the foot of the princess's bed. There, it was as if he had known already. He saw Death gazing blankly toward him. He did not glance in her direction again, but busied himself with comforting and tending his fiancée. Bending close to the princess's burning cheek, the doctor murmured that she was to fear nothing, for he would make her well again. In spite of her pain, the princess smiled, trusting completely in his skill. He recalled his godmother's warning, but pushed her threats from his mind. The only thing that mattered was the rescue of his beloved. He hurried home to fetch the herb, but death was there before him, waiting in the study. She stood in front of the hearth, tearing up the leaves of the plant she had given him, and tossing the fragments into the fire. The pot that had held the herb lay broken at her feet. She expressed no anger. The time was past for that. Instead, she commanded him to follow her. She had something to show him. Without knowing quite how, he traveled with his godmother as she passed soundlessly over mountains, plains, and broad rivers, until they came to a barren valley littered with chalk-white boulders and naked stones. Death paused at the dark mouth of a gigantic cavern and beckoned the young man to follow her inside. The floor of the great cave stretched away as far as the eye could see, covered with countless thousands of lighted candles, some tall, some short. Death explained that every candle represented a human life. The tallest were those of newborn children who had the longest to live. The medium-sized ones were those of people who had reached their prime of life, and those with only a short length left to burn belonged to the old or to the mortally ill. As she passed between the candles, Death stopped in front of a guttering flame that seemed on the point of going out. Sick at heart, the doctor asked whose it was. His godmother told him that he had already guessed, that it was the candle of his beloved princess, whose end no force could prevent. Another stronger taper burned brightly at its side. "Yours," said Death. "You say you cannot live without her. Very well. Then take this as a gift, and not a punishment." With a single icy breath, she blew both candles out. The doctor fell in a lifeless heap at her feet, and far away in the capital, a church bell began to toll. When the coffin lid banged shut upon a corpse, It marked the slamming of the door between the worlds of dead and living. That portal opened only in one direction, and none might learn what lay beyond until their own last day and hour. But there were always those of inquiring mind who, undeterred by ancient taboo, craved to uncover these secrets. In northern Italy, the tale was told of an old peasant couple dwelling in a remote hill village who had made a pact to help each other penetrate the mystery. Sitting one night by the fire, talking of life and death, they swore a solemn vow. Whoever went first to the land of mists should return to tell the other what waited beyond the grave. On a grey morning some years later, the husband, gathering chestnuts, fell to the earth with a gentle moan as his heart failed. Neighbors helped the weeping widow to wash the body, bind the lower jaw, and put on his Sunday jacket and breeches with a carefully folded, unworn linen shirt that had been kept in the bottom drawer of the chest against this day. When all that was proper had been done, friends and relations gathered to pay their last respects and offer comfort to the bereaved wife. The widow beseeched her fellow mourners to forego the traditional wake. She would pass this last night alone with her husband. She sat in a stiff, upright chair and studied the face that she knew better than her own. Death had sharpened the nose and chin. The mouth was sterner than ever she had known it in life. Where, she wondered, was his spirit wandering? How and when would he return? And just then, a rap at the door made her jump with such sudden alarm that her chair overturned. A tall stranger stood in the doorway. He gazed at her with pale but piercing eyes and requested shelter for the night. The woman silently indicated the body, stretched out on the table of the shadowy kitchen. Yet, the stranger nodded, raised one hand, and stepped inside. He righted the upturned chair and offered it to the woman. Then, he too sat down on the other side of the corpse. He bent slightly forward, hands on knees, and stared intently into the dead man's face. In his hands, he held a cane of stripped hazelwood. And just then, as if from very far away, a terrible, high-pitched screaming broke the silence. as it grew louder and more shrill, the corpse began to sit up. Its face was contorted in awful agony, the lips drawn tight over yellowish teeth. Swiftly, the stranger touched the dead man's forehead with his cane. The gaping mouth closed, and the body prostrated itself. Stillness was restored. The stranger resumed his seat. Minutes ticked by. The woman, her hands covering her ears, had hidden herself in an alcove. There she remained, cowering, unable to take her eyes from the cadaver's face. Then, just as her limbs had ceased to tremble, the howling began again, growing and swelling into a tidal wave of agony that engulfed every corner of the house. But, for the second time, the body prostrated itself at a touch from the stranger's cane. The woman cringed in expectation of yet another wail, and even the distant, familiar chime of the church clock made her start. As the sound of the bell died on the air, the corpse leapt from the table. The head jerked from side to side. The bloodshot eyes bulged in their sockets. They so hypnotized the quailing widow that, like a rabbit cornered by hunters, she could not move. The body came towards her and sank hard, merciless fingers into her neck. At the same time, a cracked, hollowed voice cried out, "I am in hell. I am in hell. You put me there. I'll make you pay." But now, the stranger leapt across the room, brandishing his staff. At its touch, the hands relaxed their cruel grip on the woman's throat. A look of mortal anguish passed over the dead face, and the flesh began to melt away from its forehead. Like the wax of a burning candle, it trickled from brow to cheek, from cheek to chin. It carried away with it the look of pain from the eyes, the anguish from the mouth. Slowly, the stark white bones of an anonymous skull took the place of the once dear face. Like rain dripping from autumn trees, flesh fell from every finger and oozed away from the feet. The garments hung in large folds, too big now for the skeleton beneath. Then, the whistle of a winter wind was heard in the chimney. and from the hearth rushed an evil form, a creature of smoke and fire, with a huge black cloak floating out from its shoulders. Reaching out one skeletal arm, it enfolded the husband's remains in the cloak and bore them away up the chimney. The fire died in the hearth, and the room turned dark and cold. The woman kneeled on the hard stone floor, crying for mercy. The stranger heaved a sigh and lifted her to her feet. "It is not for the living to know the fate of the dead," he said. Then he opened the door, and the widow watched him walk noiselessly away through the dry leaves and vanish up the misty hillside. In the lost ages before emperors ruled Japan, the land was trouble-torn and haunted. By day, rival warlords fought for power. The swords of their samurai whistled on the battleground, and the blood from heaped corpses stained the paddy fields. But at night, there were quieter armies on the march, battalions of shape-shifting demons, spectral foxes, vengeful ghosts oozing up from hell. Each evening, those with homes to go to hid behind barred doors until dawn. But some mortals were compelled by bad luck or poverty to pass the nights exposed to the dangers of the dark. Those who survived had harrowing tales to tell. One account concerned a priest named Querio. In his youth, he had been a samurai, sworn to the service of a feudal lord. There was none more skilled in the arts and rituals of combat, but the shifting tides of war brought ruin to his noble master. Rather than serve another earthly chief, Querio became a soldier of heaven and took to the roads to spread the holy word. Once, while traveling through a wild and mountainous region, he was stranded halfway between two remote hamlets as darkness fell. A storm wind battered the hills, but he was far from any safe shelter. Querio wrapped himself in his cloak and sought a resting place under the dripping pines. As he searched, he encountered a woodcutter bearing an axe and a bunch of branches. Greeting Querio courteously, the rustic asked what a holy man was doing out alone. on such a wild night? Was he not afraid of the demons that could suck a man's soul out through his ears? Did he wish to become a mindless husk, wandering maze-eyed through the fields, shouting folly to the winds? And so, the woodcutter invited Querio to take refuge at his house in the forest. It was but a miserable hovel, he added, but it provided a roof against the rain and a fire in the hearth to keep evil at bay. Querio accepted his thanks. He followed the woodcutter along forest tracks, skirting steep precipices and gorges. The cottage lay at the bottom of a slope, its windows bright and welcoming. A waterfall descended from the hillside, flowing like an old man's beard to feed a bamboo aqueduct behind the house. A cedar grove stood nearby. Bowing, the woodsman opened the door for his guest. Inside, 2 men and 2 women crouched around a fireplace in the center of the room, where a simmering kettle sent forth the pungent odor of dragon eye tea. The 4 rose and greeted Querio with words and gestures more suited to a palace than to a hut in the woods. After taking tea, Querio questioned his host about his origins. The woodcutter answered that once he had been a military commander, victor in many battles fought for a mighty lord. But he had strayed from the strict moral code of the samurai, accepted bribes, and gambled heavily. Debauchery had made him careless, and one night an enemy attack caught him unaware. His soldiers perished, and his lord was overthrown. In penance, he had exiled himself to this remote district. He and his companions spent their days aiding the lost and needy. Full of fellow feeling for a brother samurai brought low, the priest promised to spend the night in prayer on his host's behalf. The woodcutter led Querio to an alcove concealed behind a screen and left him to his devotions. As the hours passed, the fire sank to embers, casting the faint shadows of 5 whispering figures against the paper wall. But still, Querio sat upright, intoning the sacred words. Finally, he felt sleep overtaking him. He rose and opened the window. The storm was over. The priest's throat was dry from chanting, and the very sight and sound of the waterfall made him thirsty. He decided to slip out to get a drink from the aqueduct outside. He crept to the door of the house and silently opened it. There, on the ground in front of him, he saw 5 recumbent bodies. Just then, the moon emerged from the clouds, illuminating the sleepers. He stared for a moment in disbelief. The bodies at Querio's feet were headless. He wondered if bandits had attacked, but the neck showed no blood nor any signs of violence. Not even the sharpest blade, wielded by the most skilled samurai, could leave such smooth, unpuckered cuts. If he had not been bred to look fear in the face, Coelho would have turned and fled, for these mutilated forms could be nothing other than Rokyuro Kyubi, goblins of the dark. By day, they resembled ordinary humans. Outwardly, they gave no sign that they were bloodless, that only bile and venom coursed through their veins. But at night, so it was said, their heads floated free from their bodies, drifting through the darkness, guided by a demon light glowing from their eye sockets. The goblin heads were hunting. They wandered the countryside, hungry for living flesh. It was said that the only way to destroy such a goblin was to hide its body while the head was on its travels. Unable to return home, the head would scream out its fury until the dawn's first rays made it shrivel and die. Thinking to use this ploy, Querio seized the body of the woodcutter and dragged it away. He buried it in a ditch under a pile of leaves and soft loam. Just then, he heard a sound in the nearby cedar grove, a hissing, barely discernible above the gentle bubbling of the bamboo aqueduct. He moved toward the noise, slipping from tree to tree. Then he saw his quarry, illuminated by fitful moonlight as clouds blew across the sky. 5 heads bobbed on the ground in the clearing, grazing on the night insects and small creeping things. They gobbled and snorted as they fed, taking in mouthfuls of earth along with the grubs. Their teeth were obscured by strands of leaf and mold, and the hard, indigestible husks of beetles that had fallen prey to their greedy maws. The head of the woodcutter, larger than the others, hissed furiously as it flitted to and fro. The monk could hear the heads quarreling loudly among themselves as they crunched the bones of still squirming voles and squirrels. They cursed the woodcutter for bringing the holy man into the house. How stupid he had been to bid for sympathy with that story of his downfall. If only the man were not at the moment praying for their souls, he would be an easy target, far more delectable than their present fare. One of the female heads rose from the ground and flew like a bat to the house to see if their guest had fallen asleep at his devotions. While it was gone, the other heads continued foraging. Sticky loops of saliva dribbled from their jaws as they argued over who should have first choice of the priest's tenderest portions. But a moment later, the head returned in panic. The priest, it said, was nowhere to be found, and worse still, the woodcutter's body had vanished. The others hovered in confusion about the head of the woodcutter. It began to quiver, its cheeks ballooning, its tongue snaking out from between empurpled lips. Its eyes glowed scarlet. The hair rose and rippled, as if transformed into a mass of elvers writhing in a net. "If I die," the disembodied woodcutter shrieked, "then the priest dies with me." Querio darted deeper into the trees, but his white robe had flashed for an instant in the moonlight, and the great red eyes swiveled in his direction. Like a pack of hounds on the track of a wounded deer, the heads flew at Querio. Casting about for a weapon, he saw a small sapling and plucked it, roots and all, from the earth. As the heads came at him, he swung the young tree round, dealing each a blow that sent it spinning into the darkness. 4 of the heads fled, unable to take the battering. But still, the face of the woodcutter danced before him, darting and snapping. Back and forth they battled, Querio making swipes with his sapling as the head weaved and bobbed. Suddenly, the head slipped under his guard and made straight for his throat. But remembering an old trick of the samurai, Querio dropped to one side and raised his arm in defense. The teeth missed their target, but fastened onto the sleeve of his robe. And there, the bodiless creature hung, worrying away at the cloth. Querio's arm rose and fell as he tried to shake off the head, banging it against tree trunks and rocks. At last, the head ceased to struggle and stared, glassy-eyed at the moon. Rivulets of slime oozed from all its orifices. Try as he might, he was unable to dislodge the creature's teeth from the rough hessian of his robe. Twice he sought to remove the garment, But each time he began to draw his arm out of the sleeve, the head swiveled round and bit him in the wrist. He ran to the house, where he found the other 4 goblins reunited with their bodies. They clustered together, licking and nuzzling at each other's wounds. As Querio entered, they screamed a barrage of obscenities, then plunged out the window and disappeared. Querio struggled to retrace his route to the last village he had visited, but whichever way he turned, he came up against unbridgeable chasms and forest trails that led him round in circles. Behind him, he could hear faint hissing noises that might have only been the wind rustling through the pines. At every step, the head knocked against his body, its curious grin lurching from side to side. Finally, the eyes lost their menacing glitter and shut, in the parody of a peaceful death. Querio wrenched off the robe and flung it over a precipice. For another day and night, he wandered naked in the forest. Then, a band of young samurai found him and rescued him. Having heard his story, they laughed and said privation had driven the old priest mad. Outside, the night was cold and wet, but in the small living room, the curtains were closed and the fire burned brightly. Father and son were playing chess. The father, whose ideas about the game involved some very unusual moves, putting his king into such sharp and unnecessary danger that it even brought comment from the white-haired old lady knitting quietly by the fire. "Listen to the wind," said Mr. White, who, having seen a mistake that could cost him the game after it was too late, was trying to stop his son from seeing it. "I'm listening," said the son, seriously studying the board as he stretched out his hand. "Check. I should hardly think that he'll come tonight," said his father, with his hand held in the air over the board. "Mate," replied the son. "That's the worst of living so far out," cried Mr. White, with sudden and unexpected violence. "Of all the awful things, out-of-the-way places to live in, this is the worst. Can't walk on the footpath without getting stuck in the mud, and the road's a river. I don't know what the people are thinking about. I suppose they think it doesn't matter because only 2 houses in the road have people in them." "Never mind, dear," said his wife calmly. "Perhaps you'll win the next one." Mr. White looked up sharply, just in time to see a knowing look between mother and son. The words died away on his lips, and he hid a guilty smile in his thin, grey beard. "There he is," said Herbert White, as the gate banged shut loudly, and heavy footsteps came toward the door. The old man rose quickly, and opening the door, was heard telling the new arrival how sorry he was for his recent loss. The new arrival talked about his sadness, so that Mrs. White said, "Tut, tut," and coughed gently as her husband entered the room, followed by a tall, heavy-built, strong-looking man, whose skin had the healthy reddish color associated with outdoor life, and whose eyes showed that he could be a dangerous enemy. "Sergeant Major Morris," he said, introducing him to his wife and his son Herbert. Sergeant Major shook hands, and, taking the offered seat by the fire, watched with satisfaction as Mr. White got out whiskey and glasses. After the third glass, his eyes got brighter, and he began to talk. The little family circle listened with growing interest to this visitor from distant parts, as he squared his broad shoulders in the chair and spoke of wild scenes and brave acts, of wars and strange peoples. 21 years of it, said Mr. White, looking at his wife and son. When he went away, he was a thin young man. Now look at him. He doesn't look to have taken much harm, said Mrs. White politely. I'd like to go to India myself, said the old man. Just to look around a bit, you know. Better where you are, said the sergeant major, shaking his head. He put down the empty glass and, sighing softly, shook it again. I should like to see these old temples and street entertainers, said the old man. What was it that you started telling me about the other day, about a monkey's paw or something, Morris? No, nothing, said the soldier quickly. At least nothing worth hearing. Monkey's paw, said Mrs. White curiously. Well, it's just a bit of what you call magic, perhaps, said the sergeant major without first stopping to think. His three listeners leaned forward excitedly. Deep in thought, the visitor put his empty glass to his lips and then set it down again. Mr. White filled it for him again. To look at it, said the sergeant major, feeling around in his pocket. It's just an ordinary little paw, dried to a mummy. He took something out of his pocket and held it out for them. Mrs. White drew back with a look of disgust, but her son, taking it, examined it curiously. And, what is there special about it? Asked Mr. White, as he took it from his son, and having examined it, placed it upon the table. Well, it had a spell put on it by an old fakir, said the sergeant major, a very holy man. He wanted to show that fate ruled people's lives, and that those who tried to change it would be sorry. He put a spell on it, so that 3 different men could each have 3 wishes from it. The way he told the story showed that he truly believed it, and his listeners became aware that their light laughter was out of place and had hurt him a little. "Well, why don't you have 3, sir?" said Herbert, cleverly. The soldier looked at him the way that the middle-aged usually look at disrespectful youth. "I have," he said quietly, and his face whitened. "And did you really have the 3 wishes granted?" asked Mrs. White. "I did," said the sergeant major. His glass tapped against his strong teeth. "And has anybody else wished?" continued the old lady. "The first man had his 3 wishes, yes," was the reply. "I don't know what the first 2 were. The third was for death. That's how I got the paw." His voice was so serious that the group fell quiet. "If you've had your 3 wishes, it's no good to you now then, Morris," said the old man at last. "Why do you keep it?" The soldier shook his head. "Fancy, I suppose," he said. "I did have some idea of selling it, but I don't think I will. It has caused me enough trouble already. Besides, people won't buy. They think it's just a story, some of them. And those who do think anything of it want to try it first and pay me afterward. If you could have another 3 wishes," said the old man, watching him carefully, "would you have them?" "I don't know," said the other. "I don't know." He took the paw and, holding it between his front finger and thumb, suddenly threw it upon the fire. Mr. White, with a slight cry, quickly bent down and took it off. "Better let it burn," said the soldier sadly, but in a way that let them know he believed it to be true. "If you don't want it, Morris," said the old man, "then give it to me." "I won't," said his friend with stubborn determination. "I threw it on the fire. If you keep it, don't hold me responsible for what happens. Throw it on the fire like a sensible man." The other shook his head and examined his possession closely. How do you do it?" he asked. "You hold it up in your right hand. State your wish out loud so that you can be heard," said the sergeant major. "But I warn of you what might happen." "Sounds like the Arabian Nights," said Mrs. White, as she rose and began to set the dinner. "Don't you think you might wish for 4 pairs of hands for me?" Her husband drew the talisman from his pocket, and all three laughed loudly as the sergeant major, with a look of alarm on his face, caught by the arm. "If you wish," he demanded, "wish for something sensible." Mr. White dropped it back in his pocket and, placing chairs, motioned for his friend to the table. In the business of dinner, the talisman was partly forgotten, and afterward the three sat fascinated as they listened to more of the soldier's adventures in India. "If the tale about the monkey's paw is not more truthful than those he has been telling us," said Herbert, as the door closed behind their guest just in time to catch the last train, "we shan't make much out of it." "Did you give anything for it, Father?" asked Mrs. White, watching her husband closely. "A little," said he, colouring slightly. "He didn't want it, but I made him take it, and he pressed me to throw it away." "Not likely," said Herbert, with pretended horror. "Why, we're going to be rich and famous and happy." Smiling, he said, "Wish to be a king, Father, to begin with. Then Mother can't complain all the time." He ran quickly around the table, chased by the laughing Mrs. White, armed with a piece of cloth. Mr. White took the paw from his pocket and eyed it doubtfully. "I don't know what to wish for, and that's a fact," he said slowly. "It seems to me that I've got all that I want." "If you only paid off the house, you'd be quite happy, wouldn't you?" said Herbert, with his hand on his shoulder. "Well, wish for £200 then. That'll just do it." His father, smiling, and with an embarrassed look for his foolishness in believing the soldier's story, held up the talisman. Herbert, with a serious face, spoiled only by a quick smile to his mother, sat down at the piano and struck a few grand chords. "I wish for £200, said the old man clearly. A fine crash from the piano greeted his words, broken by a frightened cry from the old man. His wife and son ran toward him. "It moved," he cried, with a sheer look of horror, as the object lay on the floor. "As I wished, it twisted in my hand, like a snake." Well, I don't see the money," said his son, as he picked it up and placed it on the table. "And I bet I never shall." "It must have been your imagination, father," said his wife, regarding him worriedly. He shook his head. "Never mind, though. There's no harm done. But it gave me a shock all the same." They sat down by the fire again while the two men finished their pipes. Outside, the wind was higher than ever. The old man jumped nervously at the sound of a door banging upstairs. An unusual and depressing silence settled on all three, which lasted until the old couple got up to go to bed. "I expect you'll find the cash tied up in a big bag in the middle of your bed," said Herbert, as he wished them good night. "And something horrible sitting on top of your wardrobe watching you as you pocket all your ill-gotten money." Herbert, who normally had a playful nature and didn't like to take things too seriously, sat alone in the darkness, looking into the dying fire. He saw faces in it, the last so horrible and so monkey-like that he stared at it in amazement. It became so clear that, with a nervous laugh, he felt on the table for a glass containing some water to throw over it. His hand found the monkey's paw, and with a little shake of his body, he wiped his hand on his coat and went up to bed. In the brightness of the wintry sun next morning, as it streamed over the breakfast table, he laughed at his fears. The room felt as it always had, and there was an air of health and happiness which was not there the previous night. The dirty, dried-up little paw was thrown on the cabinet with a carelessness which indicated no great belief in what good it could do. "I suppose all soldiers are the same," said Mrs. White. "The idea of our listening to such nonsense. How could wishes be granted these days? And if they could, how could £200 hurt you, Father?" "Might drop on his head from the sky," said Herbert. "Morris said the things happen so naturally," said his father, "that you might, if you so wished, not see the relationship." "Well, don't break into the money before I come back," said Herbert, as he rose from the table to go to work. "I'm afraid it'll turn you into a mean, greedy old man. And we shall have to tell everyone that we don't know you." His mother laughed, and following him to the door, watched him go down the road. Returning to the breakfast table, she felt very happy at the expense of her husband's readiness to believe such stories. All of which did not prevent her from hurrying to the door at the postman's knock, nor, when she found that the post brought only a bill, talking about how sergeant majors can develop bad drinking habits after they leave the army. "Herbert will have some more of his funny remarks, I expect, when he comes home," she said, as they sat at dinner. "I know," said Mr. White, pouring himself some beer. "But for all that, the thing moved in my hand, I'll swear to it." "You thought it did," said the old lady. "I say it did," he replied. "There was no thought about it. I had just... What's the matter?" His wife made no reply. She was watching the mysterious movements of a man outside, who, looking in an undecided fashion at the house, appeared to be trying to make up his mind to enter. In mental connection with the £200, she noticed that the stranger was well dressed and wore a silk hat of shiny newness. 3 times he stopped briefly at the gate and then walked on again. The 4th time he stood with his hand upon it, and then, with sudden firmness of mind, pushed it open and walked up the path. Mrs. White at the same moment placed her hands behind her, hurriedly untied the strings of her apron, and put it under the cushion. She brought the stranger, who seemed a little uncomfortable, into the room. He looked at her in a way that said there was something about his purpose that he wanted to keep secret, and seemed to be thinking of something else, as the old lady said she was sorry for the appearance of the room and her husband's coat, which he usually wore in the garden. She then waited as patiently as she could for him to state his business, but he was at first strangely silent. "I was asked to call," he said at last, bent down and picked a piece of cotton from his trousers. "I come from Moore and Megan's." The old lady jumped suddenly in alarm. "Moore and Megan's? Is anything the matter?" she asked. Has something happened to Herbert? What is it? What is it?" Her husband spoke before he could answer. There, Mother," he said hurriedly. "Sit down, and don't jump to a conclusion. You've not brought bad news, I'm sure, sir?" And eyed the other, expecting that it was bad news, but hoping he was wrong. I'm sorry," began the visitor. Is he hurt?" demanded the mother. The visitor lowered and raised his head once in agreement. "Badly hurt," he said quietly, "but he is not in pain." "Oh, thank God," said the old woman, pressing her hands tightly together. "Thank God for that, thank—" She broke off, as the tragic meaning of the part about him not being in pain came to her. The man had turned his head slightly, so as not to look directly at her, but she saw the awful truth in his face. She caught her breath, and turning to her husband, who did not yet understand the man's meaning, laid her shaking hand on his. There was a long silence. He was caught in the machinery," said the visitor. "Caught in the machinery," repeated Mr. White, too shocked to think clearly. "Yes." He sat staring out the window, taking his wife's hand between his own, pressed it as he used to do when he was trying to win her love. "He was the only one left to us," he said, turning gently to the visitor. The other coughed and, rising, walked slowly to the window. "The firm wishes me to pass on their great sadness about your loss," he he said, without looking round. I ask that you... Please understand, I'm only their servant. Simply doing what they told me to do. There was no reply. The old woman's face was white, her eyes staring, her breath unheard. The husband's face was a look of such as his friend, the sergeant major, might have carried into his first battle. I was to say that Mo and Meggins accept no responsibility, continued the other. But, although they don't believe that they have a legal requirement to make payment to you for your loss, in view of your son's services, they wish to present you with a certain sum. Mr. White dropped his wife's hand, and rising to his feet stared with a look of horror at his visitor. His dry lips shaped the words, "How much?" £200 was the answer. Without hearing his wife scream, the old man smiled weakly, put out his hands like a blind man, and fell, a senseless mass, to the floor. In the huge new cemetery, some 2 miles away, the old people buried their dead and came back to the house, which was now full of shadows and silence. It was all over so quickly. They, at first, could hardly realize it, and remained in a state of waiting for something else to happen. Something else which was to lighten this load, too heavy for old hearts to bear. But the days passed, and they realized they had to accept the situation. The hopeless acceptance of the old. Sometimes they hardly said a word to each other, for now they had nothing to talk about, and their days were long to tiredness. It was about a week after the old man, waking suddenly in the night, stretched out his hand and found himself alone. The room was in darkness, and he could hear the sound of his wife crying quietly at the window. He raised himself in bed and listened. "Come back," he said tenderly. "You will be cold." "It is colder for my son," said the old woman, who began crying. The sounds of crying died away on his ears. The bed was warm, his eyes heavy with sleep. He slept lightly at first, and then was fully asleep until a sudden wild cry from his wife awoke him with a start. "The paw," she cried. "The monkey's paw." He started up in alarm. Where is it? What's the matter?" She almost fell as she came hurried across the room. "I want it," she said quietly. "You've not destroyed it." It's in the living room, on the shelf above the fireplace," he replied. "Why?" She cried and laughed together, and bending over kissed his cheek. "I only just thought of it," she said. "Why didn't I think of it before? Why didn't you think of it?" Think of what? He questioned. The other 2 wishes, she replied quickly. We've only had one. Was that not enough? He demanded. No, she cried. We'll have one more. Go down and get it quickly and wish our boy alive again. The man sat in bed and threw his blankets. Good God! Good God, are you mad? He cried. Get it, she said, breathing quickly. Get it quickly and wish. Oh, my boy, my boy. Her husband struck a match and lit the candle. Get back to bed, he said. You don't know what you are saying. We had the first wish granted, said the old woman. Why not the second? It's a coincidence, said the old man. Go get it and wish, cried his wife. The old man turned and looked at her, and his voice shook. He has been dead 10 days. And besides, I would not tell you before, but I could only recognize him by his clothing. If he was too terrible for you to see then, what would he look like now? Bring him back, cried the old woman. Do you think I fear the child I have nursed? He went down in the darkness and felt his way to the living room, then to the fireplace. The talisman was in its place on the shelf, and then a horrible fear came over him that the unspoken wish might bring the broken body of his son before him, before he could escape from the room. He caught his breath as he found that he had lost the direction of the door. His forehead went cold with sweat. He felt his way round the table and along the walls until he found himself at the bottom of the stairs, with the evil thing in his hand. Even his wife's face seemed changed as he entered the room. It was white and expectant, and to his fears seemed to have an unnatural look upon it. He was afraid of her. Wish, she cried. It is foolish and wicked, he said. Wish. So he raised his hand. I wish my son alive again. The talisman fell to the floor and he looked at it fearfully. And he sank into a chair. The old woman with burning eyes walked to the window, opened the curtains. He sat until he could no longer bear the cold, looking up from time to time at the figure of his wife staring through the window. The candle, which had almost burned to the bottom, was throwing moving shadows around the room. The candle finally went out. The old man, with an unspeakable sense of relief at the failure of the talisman, went slowly back to his bed. And a minute afterward, the old woman came silently and lay without movement beside him. Neither spoke, but lay silently listening to the ticking of the clock. They heard nothing else other than the normal night sounds. The darkness was depressing, and after lying for some time, building up his courage. The husband took the box of matches and, lighting one, went downstairs for another candle. At the foot of the stairs, the match went out, and he stopped to light another, and at the same moment a knock sounded on the front door. It was so quiet that it could only be heard from downstairs, as if the one knocking wanted to keep their coming a secret. The matches fell from his hand. He stood motionless, not breathing, until the door was knocking again. Then he turned and ran quickly back to his room, closing the door behind him. A third knock sounded through the house. "What's that?" cried the old woman, sitting up quickly. "Just a rat," said the old man. "A rat. It passed me on the stairs." His wife sat up in bed. A loud knock echoed through the house. "It's Herbert," she screamed. "My word, it's Herbert." She ran to the door, but her husband was there before her. Catching her by the arm, he held her tightly. "What are you going to do?" he asked in a low voice. "It's my boy, Herbert," she cried. "I forgot it was 2 miles away. What are you holding me for? Let go. I must open the door." "For God's sake, don't let it in," cried the old man. "You're afraid of your own son," she cried. "Let me go. I'm coming, Herbert, I'm coming." There was another knock, and another. The old woman, with a sudden pull, broke free and ran from the room. Her husband followed to the top of the stairs, called after her as she hurtled down. He heard the chain pulled back and the bottom lock open, and the old woman's voice, desperate and breathing heavily. "The top lock," she cried loudly. "Come down, I can't reach it." But her husband was on his hands and knees, feeling around wildly on the floor in search of the paw. If only he could find it before the thing outside got in. The knocks came very quickly now, echoing through the house. And he heard the noise of his wife moving a chair and putting it down against the door. He heard the movement of the lock as she began to open it. And at the same moment, he found the monkey's paw and frantically breathed his third and last wish. The knocking stopped suddenly, although the echoes of it were still heard in the house. He heard the chair pulled back and the door opened. A cold wind blew up the staircase. A long, loud cry of disappointment and pain from his wife gave him the courage to run down to her side, then to the gate. The street light opposite shone on a quiet and deserted road. Lydia Dietz had long since traded her fascination with death for the mundane concerns of the living. School runs, grocery shopping, and the occasional PTA meeting filled her days. The girl who once wore only black now favored sensible cardigans and various shades of beige. Life, in all its ordinariness, had become a comfortable habit. It began with a cartoon. Raven, Lydia's teenage daughter, was watching a new animated series with a mischievous ghost in a striped suit who helped people by scaring away their problems. "Mom, this Beetle Boy show is so lame," Raven groaned. "As if ghosts would waste time helping the living." Lydia froze, memories stirring like restless spirits. But she shook them off. Coincidence, nothing more. Then came the energy drink. Beetlejuice. "It'll wake the dead," screamed the gaudy cans in the grocery store. The grinning mascot, with its wild hair and manic eyes, made Lydia's stomach churn. She left without buying her usual coffee. Weeks passed, and the world seemed to fill with echoes of a past Lydia thought long buried. A fashion designer launched a gothic chic line, all black and white stripes. Teenagers strutted down the streets in t-shirts bearing the slogan, "Say my name 3 times." A new dance craze, called the Netherworld Shuffle, swept through TikTok. Each incident was a pebble in Lydia's shoe, irritating but easily ignored until they weren't. It was a lazy Sunday when Lydia found herself staring at a cereal box of afterlife O's. The mascot's face was so familiar it made her breath catch. Wild hair, manic grin, and eyes that seemed to follow her down the aisle. "Beetlejuice," she whispered, and a shiver crawled up her spine like a hungry centipede. The fluorescent lights flickered ominously. Lydia abandoned her shopping cart, fleeing the store as memories clawed their way to the surface. Ghostly faces, a near marriage, a house full of the dead and the undead alike. At home, Lydia paced, questions swirling like a sandstorm. Why now? Why? After all these years, was the world suddenly obsessed with pale imitations of her past? It couldn't be a coincidence. It felt like a summons, a call she'd been avoiding for decades. As if on cue, her tablet pinged with a notification. A sponsored ad filled the screen, featuring a familiar Victorian house. Experience the most authentic haunted getaway in America, the listing boasted. Book your stay at the infamous Maitland House on Airbnb today. Lydia's tablet slipped from her fingers, clattering to the floor. The Maitland House, her old home, the epicenter of her supernatural youth, was now a tourist trap for thrill seekers. She sat in stunned silence as the sun set, painting the room in long shadows. When darkness had fully settled, Lydia finally stirred. She knew what she had to do. With trembling fingers, she called upstairs to her daughter. "Raven," Lydia said, "pack your bags. We're going on a little trip." "Mom, this is ridiculous," Raven groaned, slumping in the passenger seat as Lydia's car wound its way up the familiar hill. "We're driving across state lines because of some creepy cereal?" Lydia's knuckles whitened on the steering wheel. "It's not just the cereal, Raven. It's everything. Something's not right. And it all leads back to this house." Raven rolled her eyes. The perfect picture of teenage skepticism. "Right. The haunted house where you lived with friendly ghosts and almost married some undead creep. Totally believable, Mom." As they rounded the bend, Lydia's breath caught in her throat. There stood the Maitland House, as Victorian and imposing as ever. But now, a garishly cheerful sign proclaimed, "Welcome to the ultimate paranormal experience." A couple emerged from the front door as Lydia and Raven got out of the car. The woman, blonde and botoxed, smiled with 2 white teeth. "Welcome, darlings. I'm Kitty Stevens, and this is my husband, Richard. You must be our mystery guests. How delightfully unexpected." Richard, a silver-haired man in an expensive suit, shook Lydia's hand with a wink. "We don't often get last-minute bookings. Usually we're booked up, and our clients require a bit more vetting." "Vetting?" Lydia asked, her suspicion growing. Kitty laughed, a tinkling sound like breaking glass. Oh, you know, making sure they're of the right caliber. CEOs, celebrities, the odd royal or two. People looking for a little spice in their afterlife, if you catch my drift. We provide a very exclusive service, Richard added, ushering them inside with a theatrical wave. For those who've tasted every earthly pleasure and seek something a bit more otherworldly. The interior of the house was both familiar and alien to Lydia. The structure was the same, but now it was filled with a bizarre mix of high-tech equipment and fake vintage haunted decor. We've cooked up a special brew of the paranormal, Richard explained, his eyes twinkling mischievously. Our guests can shake hands with spirits, take selfies with specters, even dabble in a bit of dimensional hopscotch. Lydia's eyes narrowed. She knew all too well that such things were possible in this house. But the way the Stephens spoke about it, it all felt wrong. Like a carnival act. Kitty's smile never wavered. Oh, the stories we could tell. Governors floating like balloons, movie stars playing host to otherworldly guests. Why, just last week, we helped a tech CEO have a heart-to-heart with his long-lost hamster. He's now funneling billions into pet resurrection research. Raven, who had been sullenly quiet, suddenly perked up. Wait, I'm sorry. You're saying this stuff is real? You can actually talk to ghosts? Oh, sweetie, Kitty cooed. We can do so much more than that. In fact, we have a special package for young people like yourself. Fancy a little peek behind the veil? Before Lydia could protest, Kitty was leading Raven away, chattering about teen seances and ghostly makeovers. Left alone with Richard, Lydia felt a mix of anger and fear bubbling up inside of her. What exactly are you playing at here? She demanded. Richard's smile turned sly. Playing? My dear Mrs. Deeds, we're not playing at anything. We're simply entertaining. Now, the real question is, why does that bother you so much? As if on cue, the lights flickered, and a haunting laugh echoed through the house. A laugh Lydia hadn't heard in decades, but would never forget. This time, however, it sounded almost artificial. After the initial tour and explanations, Richard Stevens checked his ostentatious gold watch. Well, it's getting late. I'm sure you two would like to get settled in for the night. Kitty nodded, her plastic smile never wavering. Of course. We've prepared the old master bedroom for you, Lydia. And Raven, dear, you'll be in the charming little room just down the hall. I'm sure you'll find them both supernaturally comfortable. She winked at her own joke. We'll leave you to it then, Richard said, ushering his wife towards the door. If you need anything, just call or scream, whichever seems more appropriate. He chuckled at his own macabre humor. As the door closed behind the Stevens, an uneasy silence fell over the house. Lydia and Raven stood in the foyer, surrounded by the weird high-tech equipment and fake vintage haunted decor. Well, Lydia said, trying to sound more confident than she felt. Shall we head upstairs? Raven shrugged, her earlier skepticism tempered by a growing curiosity. Sure, whatever. As they climbed the creaking stairs, the house seemed to exhale around them. Shadows deepened in the corners, and the air grew inexplicably colder. In the master bedroom, Lydia found herself staring at a familiar window, remembering a time when friendly ghosts had hung suspended outside it. Now, it just showed the darkening sky, though she could have sworn she saw something move in the reflection. Down the hall, Raven entered her room, immediately drawn to the ornate mirror on the dresser. For a split second, she thought she saw something wild-haired, stripe-suited, grinning back at her from the mirror. But when she blinked, it was gone. As night fell properly, strange noises began to echo through the house. Whispers in empty corridors, the sound of footsteps where no one walked, and occasionally a laugh that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. In her room, Raven's initial boredom had given way to a mix of fear and excitement. She found herself straining to hear more, to see something that would prove her mother's wild stories true. Meanwhile, Lydia lay awake, every sense on high alert. This wasn't like the hauntings she remembered. It felt manufactured, yet underneath there was something familiar, something that made her skin crawl with recognition. As the clock struck midnight, both Lydia and Raven found themselves wide awake, wondering what the night would bring. As dawn's pale fingers crept through the dusty windows, Lydia found herself prowling the familiar yet strange corridors of her old home. In the study, a drawer refused to close properly. Lydia tugged it open to find a stack of guest ledgers, their pages crisp and new despite the antique binding. As she flipped through, certain names caught her eye. A tech mogul here, a senator there, all marked with small, curious symbols she couldn't quite decipher. The kitchen yielded more oddities. A cabinet door swung open with a touch too light, revealing shelves lined with jars of peculiar ingredients. Essence of Youth, read one label. Bottled Ambition, proclaimed another. Lydia's brow furrowed. These were no ordinary cooking supplies. Meanwhile, Raven's dreams took a vivid turn. She found herself in a twisted version of the house, where the walls breathed and the floors rippled like water. "Hey, kiddo," came a gravelly voice behind her. Raven turned to see a wild-haired man in a pinstripe suit, his grin impossibly wide. "Who are you?" Raven asked, surprised at her own lack of fear. "Oh, the name's Beetlejuice, and I've got a proposition for you." He snapped his fingers, and suddenly they were floating in a void filled with doors of all shapes and sizes. "See, kid, I'm in need of a protege, someone with potential. And you? Oh, you got it in spades." Raven raised an eyebrow. Potential for what? Beetlejuice's eyes glowed with an eerie light. To bridge the gap, of course, between your world and mine. Heh. What do you say? Want to see what you're really capable of? As Raven reached for a doorknob shaped like a screaming face, she felt a sudden surge of power course through her. It was intoxicating, thrilling, just a little bit frightening. she woke with a start. The phantom sensation of that power still tingling in her fingertips. On her nightstand lay a small, mouldy business card that hadn't been there before. As the morning wore on, Lydia's unease grew. In the parlour, a side table boasted a neat stack of thank you notes. Feel so young again, one read. Ambitions I never knew I had, gushed another. Innocuous enough, perhaps, but the handwriting on each seemed to pulse with an unnatural energy. Each discovery added to a picture Lydia couldn't quite make out, but one that sent chills down her spine nonetheless. In the attic, Raven found herself drawn to an old mirror, its surface rippling oddly in the dim light. For just a moment, she saw Beetlejuice's grinning face. "Remember, kid," his voice echoed. "You're the key to everything. Just say the word, and the fun begins." The house creaked around them, as if laughing at a joke only it understood, while somewhere in the shadows, unseen eyes watched. Lydia paced the empty parlour. The evidence was damning. The guest ledgers, the strange ingredients, the thank you notes pulsing with unnatural energy. There was only one name that could tie all of this together. She knew what she had to do, but fear clawed at her insides. Saying his name would make it real, would open a door she'd fought to keep closed for decades. "It's the only way," she whispered to the empty room. Lydia took a deep breath, steeling herself. "Beetlejuice," she said. "Beetlejuice." Louder now, the name echoing off the walls. "Beetlejuice," she finally shouted, eyes squeezed shut in anticipation. The silence that followed was deafening. No flash of light, no maniacal laughter, just the creaking of old wood and the whisper of dust settling. She mused, a mixture of relief and disappointment washing over her. Perhaps he isn't here after all. Meanwhile, in the attic, Raven sat cross-legged before the old mirror, its surface still rippling like disturbed water. Beetlejuice, 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 she whispered, excitement in her voice. The mirror's surface exploded into a riot of striped fabric and wild hair. Hey, kiddo. Ready for some real fun? Beetlejuice's gravelly voice filled the room. You're real, Raven gasped, eyes wide with wonder and a touch of fear. Beetlejuice's grin widened impossibly. As real as death and taxes, kid, and twice as fun. He extended a hand, his eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. What do you say we blow this popsicle stand and see what you're really capable of? As Raven reached out, hesitant but curious, the world around her began to swirl and twist. When everything settled, she found herself in a bizarre landscape that defied the laws of physics. Welcome to the netherworld, kid, Beetlejuice cackled. In that same moment, Lydia made a chilling discovery. Hidden in a false bottom of the study desk, she found a stack of documents. Her eyes widened as she read through them, uncovering a sinister deal between the Stephens and Beetlejuice. They had agreed to let him influence their high-profile guests, manipulating their decisions in the real world for profit. Oh no, Lydia gasped, the full implications hitting her. She rushed to find Raven, her heart pounding. But Raven's room was empty, and as Lydia burst into the attic, she saw the mirror's surface rippling and swirling, quickly fading back to normal. Raven, Lydia cried out, her voice echoing in the empty attic. She knew with a sickening certainty that her daughter was gone. Panic threatened to overwhelm her, but Lydia forced herself to focus. She remembered a book she'd seen earlier that day, Handbook for the Recently Deceased. Racing back to the study, she found the revolving bookshelf and snatched it from its hiding place. With trembling hands, Lydia flipped through the pages until she found what she was looking for. A ritual to open a portal to the nether world. Back in the attic, Lydia began to draw intricate symbols on the floor with chalk. Her hands steady despite the fear coursing through her. She placed candles at specific points, their flames flickering in an unfelt breeze. "I'm coming, Raven," she whispered. As she began to chant in a language long forgotten by the living, the mirror's surface began to swirl and expand. Lydia took a deep breath and stepped through, vanishing from the world of the living and plunging into the chaotic realm of the dead. Lydia tumbled through the mirror like Alice down the rabbit hole. If the rabbit hole had been designed by a madman with a penchant for stripes and mold, she landed with a squelch in what appeared to be a field of sentient moss, each blade giggling as it tickled her ankles. The sky above, if one could call it a sky, swirled with colors that had no business existing outside of a box of crayons that had been left to melt in the sun. Lydia squinted, trying to get her bearings in this topsy-turvy realm. "Excuse me," she called out to a passing. Well, she wasn't quite sure what it was. It looked like a cross between a grandfather clock and a flamingo, tick-tocking its way across the landscape on spindly legs. "I'm looking for my daughter. She's with Beetlejuice." The clock Mingo swiveled its face towards her, its hands spinning wildly. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Follow the shock of hair like a rock, where the lost folks flock to wind back their clock. It chimed before tap dancing away on its hour hand. Lydia blinked, wondering if she'd gone mad, or if madness was simply the default state in this realm. She set off in the direction the clock Mingo had indicated, her feet sinking into the ground that felt suspiciously like cold spaghetti. As she trudged on, she encountered a parade of peculiar spirits. A group of headless chickens, quite literally, running round in circles, paused long enough to point her towards the place where the juice flows freely. A melancholy rain cloud, crying tears of rainbow sherbet, sobbed that it had seen a striped menace heading towards the great unwinding. Finally, Lydia crested a hill made entirely of discarded New Year's resolutions and found herself staring at the strangest sight yet. There, nestled in a valley of broken alarm clocks and shedded snakeskins, stood a building that defied description. It was part Victorian mansion, part funhouse, and part something that made Lydia's eyes water just to look at it. A neon sign, crackling with otherworldly energy, proclaimed Beetlejuice's Eternal Youth Spa, where time unravels, and so will you. Lydia's heart pounded. Somewhere in that monstrous building was Raven, and heaven help anyone, dead or alive, who stood between a mother and her child. With a deep breath that tasted faintly of mothballs and cotton candy, Lydia marched towards the spa, ready to face whatever horrors awaited within. Raven's head spun as Beetlejuice led her through the spa, which looked like someone had taken a 5-star resort, a haunted house, and a Salvador Dali painting, threw them in a blender, and hit spin. And here's where we exfoliate with the ashes of broken dreams, Beetlejuice cackled, gesturing to a room where ghostly hands massaged glittering dust into the translucent skin of moaning spirits. Really brings out that post-mortem glow. Raven giggled despite herself. Part of her knew she should be terrified, but there was an intoxicating freedom in this mad world. Here, the rules that had always constrained her seemed as substantial as cobwebs. Want to take a dip in the pool of lost socks? Beetlejuice waggled his eyebrows. Or maybe a spin in the tilt-a-hurl of existential crisis. As they wandered deeper into the spa, Raven felt a tug in her chest. A face flashed in her mind. Her mother's, creased with worry. I should go back, shouldn't I? She murmured. Beetlejuice's grin faltered for just a moment. Aw, come on, kid. We're just getting to the good part. He led her into a large room at the heart of the spa. And now, kiddo, time for the main attraction, Beetlejuice announced. ushering Raven towards a bubbling jacuzzi that looked like it was filled with swirling galaxies instead of water. The cosmic soak of untethering really loosens up those mortal coils, if you know what I mean. Raven dipped a toe in, gasping as tingling sensations shot up her leg. It feels weird, but good weird? That's the spirit, Beetlejuice cackled. Now hop in and let those living energies marinate a bit. As Raven sank into the otherworldly waters, strange symbols began to glow beneath the surface. She was so mesmerized, she barely noticed Beetlejuice's manic grin, widening impossibly. Suddenly, the door burst open. There stood Lydia, her hair wild, her eyes blazing with a fury that would make even the dead think twice. "Get away from my daughter, you striped son of a Mom!" Raven yelled, sinking lower in the jacuzzi, mortification coloring her cheeks. "Mom, what are you doing here?" Beetlejuice's smile turned sharp. Well, if it isn't my favorite killjoy. Come for a seaweed wrap, Lids? I hear they do wonders for that tightly wound aura of yours. "Cut the crap, Beetlejuice," Lydia snarled, stepping into the room. "What are you planning?" "Planning? What?" Beetlejuice placed a hand over his heart in mock offense. Can't a guy just enjoy some quality time with his favorite angsty teen? As if, Lydia scoffed. "I know you, Beetle Breath. You've always got an angle." Raven's head swiveled between the two. Confusion etched on her face. "Wait, you guys know each other?" "Oh, your mom and I go way back, kid." Beetlejuice grinned. "She used to be fun, before she got all responsible and boring." "I grew up," Lydia retorted. "Something you clearly never managed." As they bickered, the symbols in the jacuzzi began to pulse with an otherworldly light. Raven felt a strange tugging sensation, as if something essential was being slowly pulled away from her very being. Guys," she called out, but neither seemed to hear her. Beetlejuice's eyes glowed with glee. "You want to know my plan, Lids? Fine. Living energy. That's the ticket. And your little girl here, well, she's the key to it all. With her juice, I can finally break the barriers between the living and the dead. No more rules. No more waiting to be called. Just chaos. Beautiful chaos." Raven looked frantically between Beetlejuice and her mother. As the jacuzzi bubbled and frothed like a witch's cauldron on steroids, Beetlejuice raised his arms dramatically. "Let the spa day of doom begin," he cackled, his hair crackling with otherworldly electricity. Raven felt herself sinking deeper into the swirling vortex of cosmic bubbles, panic rising in her throat like a badly digested ghost pepper. "Mom," she yelped, flailing uselessly against the current. Lydia, channeling the spirit of every mother who's ever seen a child in danger, launched herself at Beetlejuice with a war cry that would have made a banshee proud. "Get your slimy, moldy hands off my daughter." The spa erupted into chaos. Massage tables came to life, their sheets flapping like deranged ghosts. The sauna door burst open, releasing a steam monster with cucumbers for eyes. Even the loofah sponges joined the fray, pelting everyone with exfoliating fury. Beetlejuice ducked and weaved, cackling all the while. "Come on, Lids. Isn't this more fun than PTA meetings?" Lydia, wielding a possessed hairdryer like a weapon, growled, "I'll show you fun, you overgrown fungus." As reality bent and warped around them, Raven's mind cleared. She saw the glee in Beetlejuice's eyes, the desperation in her mother's, and realized the true stakes of this cosmic spa day. "Beetlejuice, stop," she cried out, struggling against the whirlpool that had once been a jacuzzi. "This isn't right." For a moment, hurt flashed across Beetlejuice's face, quickly replaced by determination. "Sorry, kid. No refunds on this package deal." But Raven's words had broken his concentration. Lydia seized the moment, tackling Beetlejuice into a vat of eternal youth mud mask. As they grappled, covered in green goo, Lydia shouted, "Raven, the handbook, page 42. Raven, still trapped in the whirlpool, spotted the handbook for the recently deceased floating nearby. She snatched it, flipping to page 42 with pruny fingers. Reversing otherworldly rifts for dummies, she read aloud. As Raven chanted the spell, her voice joining Lydia's, the spa began to collapse in on itself. Beetlejuice howled in frustration as he was sucked into a swirling vortex of loofahs and bath salts. With a sound like the world's largest plunger being pulled from the cosmos, everything snapped back into place. Raven found herself sprawled on the now normal floor of the Maitland house attic, soaking wet and wrapped in a fluffy towel. Lydia lay beside her, covered in green mud, but grinning triumphantly. We did it, Raven gasped, looking around at the perfectly ordinary, non-otherworldly room. Lydia nodded, pulling her daughter into a tight hug. We did it. It's over. As they held each other, neither noticed the small striped beetle that scuttled across the floor, disappearing into a crack in the wall, the tiny, sinister chuckle. The aftermath of the otherworldly spa day hit the Stevens like a ton of very legal, very earthly bricks. Turns out, running an unlicensed paranormal tourism operation with a side of supernatural conspiracy didn't sit well with the authorities. Who knew? As Kitty and Richard were led away in handcuffs, their plastic smiles finally cracking, Lydia couldn't help but feel a twinge of satisfaction. Enjoy your stay in the state pen, she muttered. I hear the spa treatments are to die for. The Maitland house, once a beacon of haunted hospitality, was transformed faster than you could say. Ectoplasmic renovation. Men and women in lab coats swarmed the place, setting up equipment that looked like it had been designed by a mad scientist with a penchant for disco balls. A controlled paranormal research center, Lydia explained to a wide-eyed Raven. Now the only thing being exercised here is scientific ignorance. Their shared brush with the chaotic forces of the afterlife had brought mother and daughter closer than ever. Late-night talks replaced eye-rolling silences, and Mom, you just don't understand, became, Mom, remember when we kicked that striped butt back to the netherworld? But a few days after their return, as Raven sat in her perfectly normal, non-otherworldly bedroom, she heard it. A gravelly chuckle that seemed to come from inside her own head. Miss me, kiddo. Raven nearly jumped out of her skin. Beetlejuice? She whispered, looking around frantically. The one and only, came the reply, dripping with smug satisfaction. Turns out that little spa treatment had some unexpected side effects. With growing horror, and though she'd never admit it, a tiny thrill of excitement, Raven realized the truth. The ritual hadn't just been about breaking barriers. It had forged a permanent link between them. Over the next few days, Raven found herself in a constant mental tug-of-war. Beetlejuice's voice would pipe up at the most inopportune moments, offering sarcastic commentary on her algebra homework, or suggesting delightfully chaotic pranks to play on unsuspecting classmates. Even more unsettling, she'd occasionally find her hand reaching for things she didn't intend to grab, or her feet taking her down hallways she hadn't meant to explore. Just think of the possibilities, kid, Beetlejuice's voice would say. With your youth and my otherworldly know-how, we could really paint the town dead. Raven kept her lips sealed tighter than a mummy's wrappings, torn between spilling everything to her mom and exploring the bizarre new connection. After all, how many teenagers could say they had their very own ghostly partner in crime? As she lay in bed at night, staring at the ceiling and listening to Beetlejuice hum an off-key version of the Banana Boat song, Raven couldn't help but wonder, was this the end of her adventure? Or just the beginning of something even stranger? Beetlejuice's laughter echoed in her mind, promise of mischief to come, and despite herself, Raven felt the corners of her mouth twitch up in a smile. After all, normal was overrated. The vampire you think you know doesn't exist. Strip away the capes, the seductive aristocrats, the romantic angst, and what remains is something far stranger and more terrifying. The real vampire emerged from genuine human experiences with death, disease, and decomposition in societies that had no other way to explain why corpses sometimes looked too fresh, why plague spread like wildfire, or why certain people seemed to drain the life from everyone around them. This isn't a story about fiction. It's about the actual beliefs that kept the entire villages awake at night, that led to bodies being exhumed and destroyed, that appear in official government documents filed by confused Habsburg officers, trying to make sense of what they witnessed in remote Serbian villages. The vampire tradition spans thousands of years, and every inhabited continent, representing one of humanity's most persistent attempts to understand the mysteries of death. What we discover when we dig into the real history is that vampire beliefs served crucial social functions. They provided explanation for disease outbreaks, reinforced proper burial practices, and helped communities identify threats to their social order. More than just scary stories, these beliefs reveal how different cultures process death, maintained the boundaries between the sacred and profane, and dealt with the universal human fear that death might not be permanent. The vampire's ancient ancestry reaches back to humanity's earliest civilizations. In ancient Mesopotamia, the Assyrians and Babylonians feared Lamashtu, a demoness who devoured children and drank human blood. Unlike later vampires, Lamashtu was never human. She was pure, malevolent force. The daughter of the sky god Anu, who delighted in causing miscarriages and infant deaths. The Sumerians contributed their own version of the restless dead with the Edimu, spirits of people who died violently or improperly and returned to torment the living. These weren't vampires in the classical sense, but they established the template. Dead things that wouldn't stay dead. Entities that existed in the liminal space between life and death. Creatures whose very presence meant danger for the living. Ancient Greece gave us Lamia, a beautiful woman transformed by divine punishment into a child-eating monster. This myth tells of a queen of Libya who became Zeus's lover, only to have Hera kill her children in jealous rage. And so mad with grief, Lamia began devouring other people's children, eventually transforming into something that was no longer entirely human. Here we see an early version of the vampire origin story. A human transformed by trauma into a predator of humanity. The Greeks also feared the Empusa, shape-shifting creatures that could appear as beautiful women to seduce men, then drain their life force during intimate encounters. Roman writers expanded on these themes with the Strix, owl-like creatures that flew by night to drink the blood of infants. Ovid described them as having hooked beaks and grasping talons, birds that were once human witches, transformed by their evil deeds. Now, what's fascinating about these ancient traditions is how they connected vampirism with divine punishment, transformation, and the corruption of natural order. These weren't random monsters. They were explanations for specific fears and observations. High infant mortality rates, unexplained deaths, way certain people seem to bring misfortune wherever they went, all found expression in these early vampire myths. Communities developed protective measures that revealed deep anxieties about proper death rituals. Archaeological evidence from across Europe shows deviant burials designed to prevent vampiric return. Bodies buried face down with bricks placed in their mouths, sickles laid across their necks, or heavy stones placed on their chests. These practices appear in medieval cemeteries from Poland to Bulgaria, showing how seriously communities took the vampire threat. The Roman physician Galen developed theories about blood-carrying life force that provided conceptual backdrop for later vampire beliefs. Though there's no direct line from his medical writings to folkloric vampirism, his ideas about blood and the four humors created an intellectual framework where blood drinking could theoretically transfer life energy. When Christianity spread across Europe, it didn't eliminate vampire beliefs. It transformed them. The medieval period saw the emergence of the revenant, the walking corpse that rose from its grave to torment the living. Unlike pagan spirits, revenants were explicitly tied to Christian concepts of sin, judgment, and the proper treatment of the dead. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle and other medieval sources describe revenants as corpses that return because of unfinished business, improper burial, or divine judgment. William of Newburgh, a 12th century chronicler, documented several cases of revenants in northern England, describing them as corpses that come forth from their graves and wander about to the terror and devastation of the living. One of William's most detailed accounts tells of a man from Buckinghamshire who died and was properly buried, only to return nightly to torment his wife. The revenant would sit heavily on her chest, nearly crushing her, and would roam the village causing sickness wherever it went. The situation became so dire that the villagers exhumed the corpse, finding it uncorrupted and swollen with blood. Only after they cut up the body and burned it did the hauntings cease. These medieval accounts established several key vampire characteristics that would persist for centuries. The connection between improper burial and undead return, the corpse's uncorrupted state, the creature's ability to spread disease, and the necessity of destroying the body to end the threat. Now, Germanic traditions contributed the Nachtseher, literally night waster, a type of vampire that consumed its own burial shroud and family members. The Nachtseher was typically someone who died during an epidemic, or in circumstances that prevented proper Christian burial. Unlike classical vampires, the Nachtseher often remained in its grave, slowly eating its way through its shroud, coffin, and eventually its own body, while physically draining the life from its relatives above ground. Nordic traditions gave us the Draugr, perhaps the most physically powerful of all historical vampire types. Described in Icelandic sagas like the Grettis saga, the Draugr retained supernatural strength and could change its size at will. Unlike other vampires, the Draugr was more concerned with protecting its burial goods than drinking blood, though it would certainly kill anyone who disturbed its rest. The most detailed Draugr account is where Thorolf Holtthot returns from the dead to torment his neighbors after his son fails to follow proper burial procedures. The Draugr causes livestock to die, servants to go mad, and eventually drives people from their homes. Only when the community relocates Thorolf's body to a remote location does the haunting end. Celtic traditions contributed variants, including the Irish Derrick Dhu, though this appears more in later folklore compilations than widespread medieval belief. The most cited Derrick Dhu legend tells of a woman forced into marriage with a cruel man who killed herself and returned to destroy abusive men. A supernatural avenger narrative that likely developed long after the medieval period. What unites all these medieval vampire traditions is their connection to social and religious order. The vampire represented what happened when the proper boundaries between life and death were violated. Through improper burial, unresolved sin, or divine judgment. These were just monster stories. They were moral instruction about the importance of following religious and social protocols for dealing with death. Now, if the vampire has a homeland, it's the Slavic regions of Eastern Europe. Here, vampire beliefs reached their most sophisticated development, creating the template that would eventually spread worldwide. The very word vampire derives from the Slavic vampir, related to the Old Church Slavonic opir, and similar terms found across Serbian, Croatian, Bulgarian, Czech, Polish, and Russian languages. Slavic vampire traditions share common elements that suggest ancient, unified origins. The vampire typically arises from someone who died violently, unnaturally, or under suspicious circumstances. Suicides, murder victims, people who died during epidemics were all considered high risk for vampiric return. The vampire retained its human appearance, but possessed supernatural strength and returned as a revenant to harm family and livestock at night. Serbian and Croatian traditions describe the pijav, or vampire, creatures that could spread plague-like diseases throughout entire regions. The vampire would visit its relatives and neighbors first, gradually expanding its hunting territory. Its victims would sicken and die, often reporting dreams of the dead person drinking their blood. The vampire hunt became a community affair, with entire villages participating in identifying and destroying the threat. Bulgarian folklore tells of the Ustrel, the spirit of a child who died before baptism and returned as a blood-drinking entity. More developed is the vampire, which could create vampire epidemics, where one vampire would create others through its bite. Bulgarian vampire hunters developed elaborate rituals for tracking and destroying vampires, including the use of bottling, trapping the vampire's spirit in a bottle containing its favorite foods. The Czech and Slovak traditions give us detailed accounts of upir investigations that were documented in legal records. One famous case from the 18th century describes a vampire hunt in the village of Hermersdorf, where local authorities conducted a formal investigation into claims that a recently deceased man was returning to drain his neighbor's blood. The investigation included testimony from witnesses, examinations of the corpse, and ultimately the destruction of the body. Polish folklore describes the opór as particularly malevolent, capable of devouring entire families. Polish vampires were said to have a sharp tongue that could penetrate skin, and an insatiable appetite that extended beyond blood to include human flesh. The opór was also associated with the spread of plague, leading to vampire scares during epidemic outbreaks. Russian traditions speak of the opir, often described as a sorcerer or witch who became vampiric after death. Russian vampire beliefs were heavily influenced by Orthodox Christianity, with vampires seen as souls rejected by both God and Satan, condemned to wander the earth. Russian Orthodox Church developed rites and prayers for dealing with restless dead, acknowledging these threats within Christian cosmology. What made Slavic vampire traditions so influential was their systematic nature. These cultures developed detailed taxonomies of vampire types, specific methods for identifying vampires, and elaborate destruction rituals. They created what amounted to a complete vampire mythology that could explain everything from individual deaths to widespread epidemics. The Slavic vampire was also notable for its very human origins and motivations. Unlike earlier supernatural predators, the Slavic vampire was a corrupted human being who retained many human characteristics and relationships. It often returned to its own family first, creating a tragic dynamic where loved ones had to be protected from someone they had recently mourned. The early 18th century marked a unique moment in vampire history, when folklore collided with official governmental investigation. The Habsburg Empire's military expansion into the Balkans brought Austrian and German officials into direct contact with Slavic vampire traditions, resulting in some of the most detailed historical documentation of vampire beliefs ever recorded. The most famous case began in 1725 in the Serbian village of Kisilova, where a peasant named Peter died and was buried according to local customs. Within a week, Peter allegedly returned to demand food from his wife. When she refused, he threatened her and disappeared. Over the following days, 9 villagers died suddenly, after claiming that Peter had visited them in their sleep. The village elder petitioned the Habsburg authorities for permission to exhume and examine the corpse. The official report, filed by Austrian administrators, described Peter's body in an uncorrupted state, with fresh blood around the mouth, and signs that hair and nails had continued growing after death. Most disturbing to the investigators was the presence of fresh blood in the corpse, which they had interpreted as evidence that the dead man had indeed been feeding on the living. Even more extensively documented was the Arnold Paoli case from another village in Serbia. Paoli was a former soldier and had told neighbors that he had been attacked by a vampire during military service and had taken protective measures by eating earth from the vampire's grave and smearing himself with vampire blood. Despite these precautions, Paoli died in 1726 when he fell from a hay wagon. 4 weeks later, 4 people claimed they had been visited by Paoli in their sleep, and all 4 died within days. Local authorities decided to exhume Paoli's corpse, finding it in a state that seemed inconsistent with normal decomposition. The body appeared fresh. Blood flowed from the eyes and mouth. The shirt was soaked in blood. Following local custom, they drove a stake through the heart, causing the corpse to emit what witnesses described as a groan and a fountain of blood. The investigation might have ended there, but 5 years later a new outbreak of sudden deaths occurred in the same region. This time, Habsburg military surgeon Johann Flukinger was dispatched to conduct a thorough investigation. Johann's report, filed in 1732, provides extraordinary detail about the vampire investigation process. Johann and his team exhumed 17 corpses, examining each carefully and documenting their findings. Of these, 5 showed signs that locals said looked like vampirism: lack of decomposition, presence of liquid blood, and what appeared to be new hair growth and nails. The report notes that these 5 corpses were destroyed by burning, while the others were reburied normally. What makes these 18th century cases remarkable is not whether vampires actually existed, but how seriously the Habsburg administration took local beliefs. These weren't superstitious peasants acting in secret. These were official governmental investigations, conducted by military surgeons and documented in formal reports that were filed by imperial authorities in Vienna and Belgrade. The reports reveal the cultural collision occurring in Habsburg borderlands, where Enlightenment rationalism met traditional folklore. The Austrian officials approached vampire claims with scientific methodology, conducting systematic examinations and seeking physical evidence. Yet, they ultimately validated local beliefs by authorizing the destruction of corpses they found to be in suspicious condition. Medical understanding of the time could not adequately explain the preservation of bodies under certain soil and climate conditions. The natural processes that could cause bodies to appear swollen with blood, or the gases that might cause corpses to seem to groan when punctured. To 18th century observers, these phenomena seem to confirm vampire beliefs, rather than suggest natural explanations. The Habsburg investigations also revealed the social function of vampire beliefs in rural communities. Vampire accusations typically arose during times of crises, epidemic disease, military conflict, or economic hardship. The vampire served as an explanation for widespread mortality and a focus for community action. The ritual of vampire destruction allowed communities to reassert control over chaotic situations and demonstrate their ability to protect themselves from supernatural threats. Now, while European vampire traditions are best documented, similar beliefs appear in cultures worldwide, suggesting that the vampire archetype addresses universal human concerns. These global traditions reveal how different cultures develop their own solutions to the same fundamental fears. Chinese vampire traditions center on the Jiangshur, or hopping vampire, a reanimated corpse that moves stiffly due to rigor mortis and drains life force rather than blood. Jiangshur arise when people die far from home without proper burial, explaining fears about unattended deaths. The Japanese Rokuro Kubi stretch their necks to drink blood from sleepers, addressing anxieties about vulnerability during sleep. The Nuke Kubi detaches its head entirely to hunt, representing fears of hidden predators in trusted communities. Indian Rakshasa appear human but have backwards hands. They're demons who devour pregnant women and children, explaining high infant mortality. The Vetala animate corpses to interact with the living, serving as oracles or threats depending on how they're treated. The Malaysian Penanggalan, a flying head with trailing organs, specifically targets pregnant women and newborns, embodying anxieties around childbirth and infant mortality in tropical climates. The Filipino Aswang shapeshift and feed on unborn children, representing fears about pregnancy loss and child safety in isolated communities. African vampire traditions often focus on spiritual rather than physical vampirism. The Ethiopian Gultujan are were hyenas that drain life force rather than drink blood, while West African traditions speak of the Asanbosam, forest-dwelling creatures with iron teeth and hooks for feet that hang from trees to catch unwary travelers. Arabian folklore contributed the ghoul, shape-shifting demons that inhabit cemeteries and feed on corpses. The ghoul can appear in human form, but is betrayed by its animal legs, and it has the ability to drive humans mad through its presence. Unlike vampires, the ghoul is not a reanimated human, but a distinct species of supernatural creature. Native American traditions include the Wendigo, a cannibalistic creature associated with famine and isolation. While not precisely a vampire, the Wendigo represents similar fears about humans who cross the boundary between civilized and monstrous behavior. The Wendigo was once human but transformed through the act of cannibalism into something that could never return to human society. What unites these global traditions is their function as explanations for disease, death, and social disruption. Whether it's the Chinese Jiangshur draining the qi, the Malaysian Penang Galan threatening mothers and babies, or the Ethiopian Bul Tunjin sapping spiritual energy. These creatures all represent threats to the most vulnerable members of society, and explanations for tragedies that otherwise seemed random and inexplicable. Vampire beliefs served crucial social functions that explain their presence across cultures and centuries. These weren't just superstition. They were practical tools for understanding and responding to genuine threats. And the most obvious function was explaining epidemic disease. Before germ theory, communities couldn't understand why plague, cholera, or tuberculosis swept through populations. The vampire model made that make sense. A malevolent entity moving from victim to victim, spreading death through contact. This explanation was compelling, because epidemic diseases do follow vampiric patterns. They strike family members in sequence, radiate from specific locations, and can lie dormant before striking again. Vampire beliefs also enforced proper burial practices. Vampire traditions emphasized that incorrect burial could result in the dead returning to torment the living. This created powerful pressure to follow religious protocols that often had practical public health benefits, even if communities didn't understand the scientific reasons. In medieval Europe, for instance, vampire beliefs reinforced Christian teachings about proper burials, the importance of last rites, and the spiritual dangers of suicide or murder. The threat of vampiric return provided a compelling reason to ensure that religious authorities were involved in death rituals, and that bodies were disposed of according to church guidelines. Vampire beliefs also functioned as a form of social control. providing communities with a framework for identifying and dealing with individuals who violated social norms. People who were antisocial, mentally ill, or simply different were often suspected of potential vampirism, especially if they were associated with unexplained deaths or illnesses. The aspect of vampire lore reveals its darker side as a tool for scapegoating and persecution. During times of crises, communities could unite against a common supernatural enemy, channeling their fear and frustration into actions against suspected vampires. While this could provide psychological relief and social cohesion, it also led to the persecution of vulnerable individuals who became targets of vampire accusations. The gendered aspects of vampire beliefs also served social control functions. Many vampire traditions, particularly those involving succubi or seductive female vampires, reinforce cultural anxieties about female sexuality and power. The vampire woman, who drained men's life force through sexual contact, provided a mythological framework for fears about women who might use their sexuality to gain power over men. Conversely, male vampire traditions often focused on patriarchal authority and the importance of proper society hierarchy. The vampire patriarch, who returned to terrorize his family, represented the consequences of challenging traditional power structures or failing to show proper respect for ancestral authority. Vampire beliefs also provided psychological benefits by giving communities a sense of agency in the face of death and disease. Rather than being helpless victims of random tragedy, communities could take active steps to protect themselves from vampire threats. The elaborate rituals developed for vampire detection, protection, and destruction gave people concrete actions they could take when confronted with unexplained deaths or illness. The investigative aspects of vampire beliefs also served proto-scientific functions, encouraging systematic observation and documentation of unusual phenomena. Communities that suspected vampire activity would often conduct careful examination of corpses, track patterns of illness and death, and test various protective measures. Now, while their conclusions might seem irrational by modern standards, their methodology of observation, hypothesis, and testing represented early forms of empirical investigation. Vampire traditions also provided frameworks of understanding mental illness and psychological trauma. People who claimed to be visited by dead relatives, who suffered from hallucinations, or exhibited unusual behavior, could be understood within the context of vampire influence, rather than being dismissed or persecuted as simply mad. The economic functions of vampire beliefs shouldn't be overlooked either. Vampire scares could explain economic hardships, crop failures, and livestock deaths, providing supernatural explanations for what were often natural disasters or economic cycles. the vampire hunt itself could become a form of community economic activity, with specialized vampire hunters, protective charms and rituals, and the redistribution of a suspected vampire's property. The 18th century Enlightenment brought systematic challenges to vampire beliefs, as rationalist philosophers and scientists sought natural explanations for supernatural phenomena. This intellectual assault on vampire lore provides fascinating insights into how traditional beliefs adapt and evolve under pressure from new ways of understanding the world. The most influential early critic was Dom Augustin Camlet, a French Benedictine monk whose 1746 work, Treatise on the Apparitions of Spirits and on Vampires, attempted to provide a scholarly analysis of vampire reports. Calmet took vampire claims seriously enough to investigate them systematically, but ultimately concluded that most could be explained through natural causes, fraud, or simply misunderstanding. Calmet identified several natural phenomena that could be mistaken for vampirism. The preservation of bodies in certain soil conditions, the emission of gases that could cause corpse to appear to move or make sounds, and the way the blood could pool in certain parts of a body after death, making it appear that the corpse had been feeding. His work was groundbreaking in applying scientific methodology to supernatural claims while respecting the genuine experiences that gave rise to those claims. Now, Italian scholar Giuseppe Davanzati took a more skeptical approach in his 1774 Dissertation of Vampires, arguing that vampire reports were entirely the result of ignorance, superstition, and mass hysteria. Davanzati analyzed the economic and social conditions that gave rise to vampire scares, noting that they typically occurred in regions affected by war, plague, or economic hardship. The impact of Enlightenment criticism varied significantly across regions and social classes. In Western Europe, educated elites increasingly dismissed vampire beliefs as peasant superstition, while rural communities continued to take vampire threats seriously. This created a cultural divide between rational, scientific worldviews and traditional folklore explanations that persisted well into the modern era. Interestingly, Enlightenment criticism didn't eliminate vampire beliefs, but often drove them underground or caused them to evolve into more sophisticated forms. Communities that had previously conducted open vampire investigations began practicing vampire protection rituals in secret, or developed new explanations that incorporated scientific language while maintaining traditional protective practices. The medical profession played a crucial role in this transformation. As physicians developed better understanding of decomposition, disease transmission, and mental illness, they could provide alternative explanations for phenomena that had been previously attributed to vampires. However, medical explanations often failed to address the psychological and social needs that vampire beliefs had served, leading to the persistence of modified beliefs alongside scientific understanding. Some Enlightenment thinkers recognized the social functions of vampire beliefs and argued for tolerating them as harmless folk practices that served important community needs. Others saw vampire beliefs as dangerous obstacles to social progress that needed to be actively eliminated through education and rational argument. The Enlightenment challenge to vampire beliefs also revealed the complex relationships between elite and popular culture. While educated Europeans increasingly rejected vampire lore, they simultaneously became fascinated with vampire stories as literary and philosophical subjects. This created the foundation for later romantic vampire literature. Contemporary scholars approach vampire beliefs as windows into the cultures that had created them. Modern medical theories attempt to explain historical vampire reports, though these remain speculative. Catalepsy, which can cause apparent death, might explain some vampire burials where people were found to have moved in their coffins. Porphyria, a rare blood disorder causing sun sensitivity, has been suggested as inspiration for some vampire characteristics, though there's little evidence this directly influenced historical folklore. More convincingly, forensics experts have shown how natural decomposition can create vampiric appearances that pre-scientific societies couldn't explain. Bodies in certain soil conditions preserve longer than expected. Blood pools in specific areas making corpses appear recently fed. Decomposition gases cause bodies to shift or emit sounds when disturbed. Epidemiologists have traced historical vampire epidemics to outbreaks of diseases like tuberculosis, which could create symptoms that resembled vampire feeding. Victims would waste away slowly, often claiming to be visited by deceased relatives, and the disease would spread through families in patterns that could be interpreted as vampiric transmission. Psychological researchers have explored the cognitive mechanisms that make vampire beliefs appealing and persistent. The human tendency to seek patterns and assign agency to random events helps explain why communities would interpret a series of deaths as the work of a single supernatural entity rather than coincidental natural causes. Social anthropologists have documented how vampire beliefs serve boundary maintenance functions in traditional societies, helping communities define who belongs and who represents a threat. The characteristics typically assigned to vampires, foreignness, antisocial behavior, sexual transgression, or religious deviation, often mirror the characteristics that societies use to identify outsiders or internal threats. Folklorists have traced the evolution and migration of vampire motifs across cultures, showing how basic vampire concepts adapt to local conditions while maintaining core elements. This research reveals vampire beliefs as dynamic cultural phenomena that evolve to address changing social needs, rather than static supernatural doctrines. Archaeological work has uncovered physical evidence of historical vampire beliefs, including burials where bodies were staked, decapitated, or weighted down with stones to prevent them from rising. These discoveries provide concrete evidence of how seriously communities took vampire threats. Contemporary psychological research has also explored why vampire beliefs might have therapeutic or adaptive functions for individuals and communities dealing with trauma, loss, or social disruption. The vampire framework can provide meaning and agency in situations where people feel helpless, offering concrete actions and explanations for otherwise incomprehensible suffering. The historical vampire emerges not as a single monster, but as a complex cultural phenomenon that has adapted across millennia to serve fundamental human needs. From the child-devouring Lamashtu of ancient Mesopotamia to the systematic vampire investigations of 18th century officials, these beliefs represent humanity's ongoing struggle to comprehend death, disease, and the boundaries between the natural and supernatural worlds. What becomes clear through this historical survey is that vampire beliefs were never simply about supernatural predators. They were sophisticated cultural tools that provided explanations for epidemic disease, reinforced social norms, maintained community boundaries, and offered psychological comfort in the face of mortality. The vampire served as a scapegoat, an explanation, threat, and solution, representing humanity's fears and its capacity to develop collective responses to those fears. The global distribution of vampire-like beliefs suggests that these concerns transcend specific cultural contexts, addressing universal human experiences of death, disease, and social disruption. The encounter between vampire folklore and Enlightenment rationalism demonstrates how traditional beliefs adapt to new intellectual frameworks. Contemporary understanding of vampire beliefs as cultural phenomena rather than supernatural realities doesn't diminish their historical importance or their continuing relevance for understanding human psychology and social organization. Perhaps most significantly, the history of vampire beliefs reveals the power of collective mythology to provide meaning and agency in the face of life's most challenging realities. These ancient stories persist not because people still fear the undead, but because they address enduring human needs for explanation, community, and hope in the face of mortality. The vampire may be a creature of shadow and darkness, but the traditions that created it reflect humanity's eternal struggle toward understanding and light.